side of the moon, really, weren't they? You know.
Didn't hinder. Didn't hinder. Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, and Chris Rea,
Yep. Absolutely.
he had the sharp nose replica rebuilt, didn't he? Or
Yeah.
for film.
That's right. That's right. It's built by a gentleman down near Goodwood, and yeah, he Passione was it the film?
Yeah,
I think it was
yeah.
called.
Yeah.
He still appears occasionally. He's not been terribly well in recent years. Races the Morris Minor police car
Yeah.
with the HRDC, the Historic Racing Drivers Club, which is Julius Thurgood's enterprise, and still has a lot of fun when he goes out. So yes, I think people have been very fortunate to do well out of their careers, have gravitated towards motorsport.
One that I had personal experience with was Shane Lynch from Boyzone, who
Yep.
very nearly won the British GT Championship.
That's
one
right.
year. But I introduced him to drifting.
Oh.
I don't know why. I'm better now.
But he
won the British Drift Championship subsequently. Yeah.
So he's got a lot to thank you for, really.
Yeah, well, I think so. I remind him every time I speak to him. But he actually had a Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow built as a drift car.
Really? Somehow it doesn't surprise me.
Well, I used to drive one of those when I was 18 as a wedding car.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a drift car, so it's the prototype.
Well,
drift.
yeah, but not when anyone's looking. To drive a Jensen Interceptor when I was 18 years old. The local garage paid me to deliver it back to the owner.
Oh.
What possessed them? I can't imagine.
Lack of options?
Must have been, I think, yeah. You know, we're talking 1976, and it had a car phone fitted as well.
Oh yeah, a car phone was about the size of a car battery.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They were strangely described as portable, weren't they? They were barely portable. Back in my early days of working in London, and
Yeah.
You walk around with a sort of effectively like a car battery, and the handle was effectively the receiver, wasn't it?
Yes.
And yeah.
I got sent out with one of those a few times from a commercial radio station that I worked for, and I got sent to cover the one of the rallies in the Forest of Dean, and unfortunately they gave me the phone, but they hadn't paid the bill for it, so it was cut off. So I ended up having to do live reports on this rally from a cupboard under the stairs in the Speech House Hotel, because that was the only public phone I could find.
my first memories of mobile phones go back to 1982, I would think, in terms of personally using one. And I remember being in the front garden of a house in Miami, helping to prepare a Sports 2000 march that was being run at Sebring the following weekend, and had just been delivered. We were just doing some final prep, etc. on it, and I remember ringing home to mother in Hampshire just to say, yeah, everything was going well. By the way, she said, where are you? I'm under a car in outside a house in Miami. Under a car, properly, not having been knocked over by it, but looked the wrong way on the pavement or anything like that. So that was quite interesting.
Yeah.
So it helped that the guy who owned it, his father, owned the distributorship for Budweiser in Florida. So
yeah, that would be useful.
Yeah, and we returned back on Laker Airways.
Oh right,
yes. Into Gatwick.
Yeah.
Long lost Laker Airways.
Yeah, it was about £79 return or something at one stage.
It was better than that in this instance, because they had a problem over the weekend, and I forgot what it was, but the guy who was paying for our tickets and the three of us coming back said that he needed 3 people to go back to London, and what was the best deal they could do. By the way, one of them was a journalist and whatever, and there was a sort of it'll be $240 or whatever the deal was, and he said, well, I'm thinking more in terms of 150 or whatever. So the person had to go and ask ask his superior, and the chap said, well, yeah, put them on. Better to have one lot of $150 than no lots of 200, whatever it was. But, so I'm hoping we're going to see some more bits and pieces around the paddock at some point. But at the moment we've got a problem with our screen. So hopefully Andy will come give that a tweak at some point. After that blitz, when it all went out of action, we were left without proper pictures. But they'll be back. If you haven't got a programme for today's event and you'd like one, if you progress to the bottom of the paddock, and you'll see as you walk effectively up the hill, you'll see on the right hand side where the larger area of grass is, you'll see a silver Mercedes van, and behind that is a white caravan, Taunton Motor Club caravan, in which you will find some Vintage Sports Car Club staff members, and programmes are a £5, and it gives you a list of runners and riders that we will update as the day goes on. It's got a circuit map in there. It's got all the information you need about the event. Some great pictures from around the venue.
There is, and some interesting reading in it as well. One of the things that particularly interested me are the steps that Vintage Sports Car Club are taking to offset carbon emissions, which I think is very forward-looking of them.
Tell us about them.
Well, they are doing I think it's 4 different carbon offset schemes that they're involved with at the moment, and rather than offsetting 100% of the carbon produced by VSCC events, they're looking to be offsetting 400% of it. So, that's great. So if they can achieve that, well, more power to them.
I wonder how the fishing industry is addressing that, as thousands of people must go fishing every weekend, or
that is
the football industry.
One of the things, because as you're aware, I'm involved with rallying in Wales. I was asked by the Welsh Government, the Forestry Commission, and by the Welsh Government to contribute to a report on the future of rallying. And obviously one of the things is all the carbon emissions that these rally cars sort of produce, and we had to point out to them that it's not as green as mountain biking, which is true once you've taken the mountain bike off your roof rack, having driven a couple of 100 miles to get there to ride it in the first place. And as you say, fishing probably produces far more carbon because people drive to the venues. I mean, what football produces, when 50,000 fans go to a match, I've no idea. But hey, what do we know?
Exactly. Let's just hope that with proactive moves like the VSCC's here, that motorsport is smiled upon for many years to come.
But the Welsh Government is particularly keen to reduce carbon emissions and has introduced a number of 50-mile-an-hour speed limits on motorways and things. I keep meaning to ask them, if I get an electric car, can I go back up to 70? So, I did actually test drive an electric car the other day.
And?
I was very impressed with it. My only slight concern, really, I suppose, what they call it, range anxiety, I think is the term that they use. The car that I looked at, I mean, manufacturers claimed 300-mile range on it. I think you've got to, assume that's if you don't use any lights or a heater or anything else. So you're probably looking at about 260 in the real world. And there are times coming down here today where I'd have had to find somewhere to charge it up on the way back or something.
Sure. No, it wouldn't work for me. And I've got sort of round trips of 600 and odd miles and 500 and odd miles coming up in imminently. I've only driven one electric car. I drove a Tesla that a friend had. He's a real evangelist for Teslas, and he's on second or third now. And I drove it up near Snetterton when he was testing, and his wife said, "Oh, he's out in his race car. Why don't we take the Tesla? Just offered you to go, and you know, we'd love it." And I've driven a lot of race cars over the years, a huge amount of race cars, a huge number of race cars, and I have to say that the acceleration of the Tesla, this is going back probably 5 or 6 years now, was greater than even the Formula 5000 cars I've raced with the 5-litre Chevrolet engine, which would do 0 to 100 and back to 0 in about 8 seconds. This was absolutely a sort of almost like being thumped in the stomach. The acceleration was so violently strong.
I drove Hyundai SUV last week, and that was impressive. You know, certainly quicker than any SUV I've driven before.
Sure,
but
sure.
previously I've been in the Jaguar electric SUV.
Okay.
And that is something else again.
Was it
in
an
terms of
E-Pace or
acceleration.
something?
Yeah.
I was wondering that I wanted to see an electric version of a Jaguar C-Type.
Yes.
With a saloon, with a kind of estate roof on it, but only available in Brazil. It'd be called the C Pache, as opposed to after Carlos Pache, the former Grand Prix racer.
There is a company. I'm trying to think what the name of the company is now, but they are producing replicas of Porsche 356s with an electric.
That's right. Yeah. Somewhere down this way, I think. Yeah. Now we do have on our screens, our live timing screens, some excerpts, I believe, from yesterday's. We're going to see some from yesterday's 500 Owners Association meeting. It's got a national round there. We've only got about a third of the screen showing at the moment because something's come up to block the way. We've had motorcycles, had a pill beam go up there I saw a while ago. So I can't really give you any guidance as to what we're seeing. I thought I heard someone pulling at the door back then, which might have been help on its way. But yeah, the electric car. The question that I'm always intrigued by is, you see one of the manufacturers makes a self-charging hybrid, but it's only partially self-charging, isn't it? You think, what's wrong with the old dynamos used to have on bicycles when we were kids? I know you didn't have to power very much apart from one rather weedy headlight and a red repeater on the rear. But you'd have thought that there's a potential there somewhere.
Yeah. Well,
we haven't got cars with sort of trolley bus. Pantographs on top of them these days.
I well remember those going around Cardiff actually, but the Hyundai that I drove, it had this regenerative braking, and you can vary the degree of regenerative braking. Basically, if you set its highest setting, if you lift your foot off the accelerator, you don't touch the brake, and it's almost like an emergency stop. You know?
I felt that with the Tesla, exactly the same thing. You arrived at a roundabout and you sort of lifted off about 300 metres beforehand, thinking, I can brake if I have to. You didn't need to. I just got back on the old throttle.
Yeah, you think you're going to coast up to the roundabout and you stop halfway. I'm sure you get used to it quickly enough.
It's the instantaneous torque that's the most staggering thing.
And it's exactly the same torque level right through the range.
Yes, absolutely.
And no gearbox to worry about, of course.
No, there shouldn't really be very much to go wrong, should there?
No, in theory.
In theory.
No one's quite sure how long the battery packs will last yet, because they haven't been around long enough to find,
or how you recycle them adequately. And
the Jaguar that I mentioned belonged to a company in West Wales that is working with certain manufacturers looking for second uses for battery packs. One of the things they were experimenting with, for instance, was taking individual cells out of the car battery packs and using them to power electric power tools on building sites, things like that. So, we haven't got a definitive answer really, I don't think yet. And when you look at the government decrees as to when they'll have to stop manufacturing internal combustion engines. I think it's quite optimistic what they're aiming for.
That's right. I mean, you hear all these things. You're not going to be able to buy one after 2030 or
I think
whatever.
it's 2030, yeah, which isn't that far away now.
No.
And
Seeing a lot more electric cars on the.
oh, absolutely, yeah.
But at the moment, I was saying the other day, to get the remedial work done on an electronic system in my car, and looked into this very, very grand showroom to see about 3 new cars in there, and the rest of them immaculately presented used cars. And why is that? Because they haven't got the semiconductors coming in to make them. You hear there's a lead time of, maybe a year, on maybe more on some models. You think to yourself, Then again, other manufacturers. I mean, my brother went to a Mazda dealership in the week looking to perhaps get an MX-5 next time round, and he was told, "Yeah, we've got stock, but if you want to spec one yourself, we're looking at 15, 16 weeks, which isn't too bad at all."
Well, the Hyundai that I drove, if you ordered one now, you might get it in December.
Yeah, exactly. I think we'll stick with the old VW.
And there's a factory in South Wales that was built with millions of pounds of government money to produce semiconductors, and it never opened. So we have no source of our own for semiconductors. We have to rely on China to provide them all.
Yeah, and that's the issue, isn't it? Yeah. So, we are still at a standstill on the hill, ladies and gentlemen, but there's the opportunity to buy yourself some provisions in the paddock if you didn't bring your own. I think Peter and I brought our own from our respective homes, and we're waiting to hear an update from the race office, from the clerks. But of course, there will be no update until there's clearance up the hill.
Absolutely. Hopefully, we can get a revised schedule then and know just what's happening in terms of the remainder of the day. It's great to see that we have all the safety net, if you like, for the drivers, and as you said, the driver thankfully is stable and so on. But it shows how quickly that the organisers can react and so on and deal with these issues.
And I go to 30 events a year, and of course, this sort of thing happens occasionally. And I know only too well that if you're going to have an incident, before you, probably the best place to have it is going to be at a motorsport event where you've got expert help at hand. You've got emergency services who will come in via helicopter, and the whole air ambulance scenario is, I find, extraordinary in that air ambulance runs on donations effectively, and the VAT element of fuel and stuff is not kind of factored into all of this.
No.
It seems farcical.
I agree. Yeah.
That these things, particularly in an area where, or obviously in an emergency, or particularly in areas where it's difficult to access a casualty other than by a helicopter. We all see the programs on television how someone crashes a mountain bike in Cumbria or something like that, or the Scottish Highlands, etc.
Yeah.
And the best way is to whisk the casualty away. But without this service, we'd be a very much worse situation.
Yeah, as you mentioned about mountain bikes, as I told you, my nephew is an ambulance technician. He had to go to help somebody the other day who'd ridden their mountain bike into a tree at about 40 miles an hour and split their helmet in four pieces in the process. When he's not mountain biking, this guy races motorbikes.
Okay, so he needs that little fix of adrenaline.
Seemingly so, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I think what really So added insult to injury, there was that he was out with a friend, the two of them were riding, he went into the tree, came off the bike, and his friend ran over him. But he's, last I heard, he was well on the way to recovery, I'm pleased
Good,
to say.
that's the important thing anyway. That's the important thing. So looking at your programs, etc., we've got defending his fastest time of the day from last time he ran last year is Greg Lerigo with the Riley special, sharing with his wife this weekend, Barbara, and watch for that blue Riley. It's a quick car, and I've seen it raced as well as used in speed events. And 53.95 was last year's winning time. So
it looked impressive in practice earlier on when I saw it.
Super car, very well driven. What else has caught your eye in the entry?
Well, I think we've got just the one Bugatti here today, but it's a Type 51, which was one of the more plentiful Bugattis. I think they built about 40 of those, which in Bugatti terms is quite a few. Although not the most successful competition.
No, I mean
I think it won one Grand Prix, the 51.
Evolved from the Type 35s,
Yeah.
which were around for a very long time, one of which won the first Monaco Grand Prix in 1929, wasn't it, with William Grover Williams. So yes, Bugatti represented, plus of course the Bugatti engined Fraser Nash,
Of course, yeah.
here, the Batty car. Also, we've got the. I noticed this morning, just going down to make it one of its practice runs, the MG. Put it out on the thing. A very spectacular MG, the Bellevue MG Special, which is twin rear wheels.
Oh right,
and it's very, very highly polished. We've seen Tom Hardman competing in it in recent years, but its new owner is now here with it. And that was a car built by the Bellevue Garage team, which was a brother and sister team, Kenneth and Doreen Evans. And this car was raced in one form. I think it was constantly evolved at Goodwood back in the day. I think I remember Tom Hardman telling me it's driven by Basil DeLissa. So we can look at that later on. But it's a fabulous looking thing, absolutely stunning. And I've seen it a few times at Vintage Sports Car Club race meetings over the years.
One of the things that always strikes me with the vintage scene is the sort of way the name Fraser Nash goes all through the history, really, because I mean GN, the N is Fraser Nash.
Yeah, the GN, yes, Godfrey Nash, the GN, then the Fraser Nash cars.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the centenary, isn't it, of Fraser Nash?
I believe so, yeah. And then ultimately it became AFN, Archibald Fraser Nash.
Yep.
And so many years they were the official Porsche importers, weren't they?
Well, absolutely. I mean, they were the BMW importers before that.
Yeah.
In fact, the BMWs in the 1960s, the saloons they brought in were actually badged Fraser Nash BMW.
Really?
And there were BMW powered Fraser Nashes earlier on.
Yeah.
The body of the Fraser Nashes, most of them were kind of a big crop of them really produced in the late 1920s into the early 1930s, the chain gang cars, with various different engines. I think some came with the Golf, some came with but most the hot ones we see these days are the Meadows engines made by Henry Meadows in the Midlands, that sort of industrial heartland. and yeah, driven by 4 chains.
I know, and the
No
wonderful
diff.
thing about those is that because you've got the solid back axle, there's only one way to drive them around corners, isn't there, basically, which is sideways.
Exactly, and they're some real stars. Patrick Blake is probably the best current exponent of those. Young Tom Waterfield has come up through the VSCC ranks, via Austin 7, etc. Has been very successful in recent years too.
But a well-driven Fraser Nash is a joy to watch.
Oh, it is. And moving on from that, of course, Fraser Nash, because they've been importing BMW sports cars, sort of 319s, that sort of thing. That engine became the basis of the Bristol 6-cylinder, which we saw in Cooper Bristols for a couple of seasons when Grand Prix racing was a 2-litre formula in 52 and 53, and of course Mike Hawthorne, world champion, he raced a Cooper Bristol at Goodwood and other places, Bob Chase's car. But that engine was very successful, eminently tunable. And it was one of those cars, great success with a works car at Le Mans in the early 50s, which bred the production of the Fraser Nash Le Mans replica, which was not a replica, it was a real thing, but it was called a Le Mans replica because it harked back to this amazing success at Le Mans. And these days, Le Mans rep is just a highly prized thing, and one from this part of the country, the car which was owned for donkey's years by the late Stephen Curtis, I know is coming.
Well, he said, I thought I better get one now before I have children because I won't be able to get one afterwards.
Yes, I had the same situation. My Audi TT, the girls loved it initially, and then when they got a few inches taller, it's got to go, and sadly it had to.
You mentioned about the Le Mans replica with Fraser Nash. It's a sort of similar idea in terms of naming to the Austin 7 Ulster, of course, which is named to commemorate the racing success.
Yeah, and we see loads and loads of Ulsters here at VSCC events, don't we? So, yeah, it's a very good starting point for all that. So,
yeah, and I'm sure they must be terrific fun to drive. I'm sure you can tell me.
Outside my experience, I've driven Austin 7s, but not a competition one. So yeah. Well, I think I might, pending further instructions from the from race control, hill control, shall we say? I can see our roving camera is back in action. And we can see the 109, that's Dr. David Prykes, Morgan Riley. 110, beyond it is the Fraser Nash Colwell.
It's great to see the competitors sat out in the grass and are not sort of having to rush for the shelter of the tow vehicle or whatever, isn't it? Because the weather's so lovely here today.
Right. I remember competing here back in the early 1990s, and the weather was so dire, that I spoke to my mate who owned the car, and we said, do you know, are we going to get it absolutely filthy and then spend about a week cleaning it, or are we going to put it back in the trailer and go and have a beer? And that's what we did, in fairness. I regret to say.
I can remember marshalling the season opener at Thruxton when snow fell. It's Thruxton. There's not much shelter if it's a bleak, like all these ex-airfield circuits,
right.
isn't it?
112 there. Got another. This is two of the Paddock. That's the Wolseley Hornet Special, Ron Turner's car. It's done quite a few VSCC events over the years. As you can see, every scrutineering tag for the last 20 years is on there. Nice little Esso logo there, riveted into the bonnet.
I love the sort of turn metal dashboards as well.
They're glorious, aren't they? Yeah, absolutely.
One car that interested me as well, and I can't remember which one it is off the top of my head, but there's a Morgan Special here which began life as a three-wheeler, and then fairly early in its life got converted to four wheels, which I would have thought was quite a sensible move, actually.
Well, the three-wheeler Morgans raced at Le Mans in the 1930s. There was an all-female team.
Really?
And at one point, yeah, absolutely.
Have you tried the modern three-wheeler at all?
No,
I haven't either. I'm not sure.
It doesn't have a Jap V-twin or a matchless V-twin on the front. It has an American S&S, doesn't it?
That's it. Yeah.
It looks rather, a bit like the engines that sit in the front of in a frame of a Harley Davidson. But
absolutely, yeah.
And the gearbox is from Mazda MX-5, I think.
Is that? I don't know. Really? Yeah.
There was a great thing on the factory website when they first came out, where you could configure your car and you could pick any colour you liked by moving a little cursor around, and you could have any degree of green or orange or whatever you trigger, and then you could then choose the sort of RAF roundels or if that's what really turned you on. Morgan up in Malvern, really a wonderful success story, a real survivor, isn't it?
That's another thing on my to-do list, actually, because you can take a tour, can't you, of the Morgan factory. And I've done the Aston Martin factory up in the Midlands, which was impressive. One of the things that impressed me up there, they compared the time that goes into building an Aston Martin to the time that goes into building a Ford Fiesta. Let's say there's rather more time put into the Aston Martin. But their quality control for their paint, they've got different lighting setups to represent the light quality in different parts of the world, so they can see what the car will look like in any part of the world, which I thought was
cool.
You're taking it seriously then, aren't you, really?
It's 28 and 728. That's the GN 11.9 Annie of Mark Roston Edwards.
The 11.9 is the horsepower that it produced when it was new, I think, isn't it?
Quite possibly, yeah. And I think Bill Roston's in that one as well. 29, there's a lovely Fraser Nash there, number 30. The Super Sports, that's Dominic Hall's car, 1500cc, dating back to 1929.
So many of these cars are approaching 100 years old, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's remarkable, really.
And the Fraser Nash below beyond it, Jonathan Mellor's car, we saw there, 29, the dark green one.
Yeah.
Elegantly named special there. Let's see the number on it. Here we go. Number 20, which is Martin Bell's Singer, which is nicknamed Bloody Fool.
There's one that's called The Toy, isn't there, as well? And when you see
that's a little Austin 7 special. That's the Fernells.
Because it looks like a scaled-down version of Austin 7, and it's so low to the ground as well compared to the other ones.
And that's David Fernell and his daughter Claire, Claire Fennell Williams. They share the little yellow Austin 7, the toy, as they have done for as long as I can remember. You'll see David Fennell built up a successful transport company. You'll see the Fennell Transport yellow and blue trucks around from time to time, rather like the Ukrainian flag that we have proudly flying over the timing box down there. 90 caught my eye as it went down to qualify earlier on. Now, I'm not sure that is on our list. It's a Riley in a beautiful colour scheme, kind of a white and turquoise colours, but I'm just trying to pick up what's on our list here. I don't know that it is. 92 there in the in the paddock is the Riley 12-4 Special. It's Jonathan Garton. 793. In the background, that's a double-driven car, another Riley Special.
The Rileys, they were brothers, weren't they, that founded the Riley company?
I remember the name Percy Riley. Yeah, he was one of the brothers. And another from that sort of Midlands powerhouse of manufacturing.
Yeah.
Think of so many, not only the car marks that were from there, around the sort of Birmingham, Coventry kind of areas, but also the number of suppliers, people who built the engines, people like Henry Meadows and J.A. Presswich, Jap, and in the early days of 500cc Formula 3, which is what we had here yesterday, the Jap engines were initially sort of de rigueur. There were one or two others used, but until the Nortons came in, which were much more powerful, the Jap engines were very successful, and those cars, the little early Coopers that Sterling Moss cut his teeth in the back end of the 1940s, winning a race at the very first Goodwood meeting in September 1948. Other great engine builder, Coventry Climax, which was Hassan of Bentley fame and others. The first Grand Prix wins scored by the aforementioned Sterling Moss, who won the first Grand Prix for Cooper. He won the first Grand Prix for Lotus, not for Team Lotus, the works team. That was later, when Innes Ireland won the US Grand Prix in a Type 21.
They began Coventry initially. They were building 5-pump engines, weren't they?
They were the 5-pump engines, which formed the basis of little single cam engines that, in expanded form, went on to power things like the Lotus Elite.
Yeah, and the Hillman Imp.
Derived from that. Yeah. But the early FWA engines were 1100cc, 1097, 1098. FWBs were towards 1500. And the FWE that was in that Elite was 1216, and also powered things like early Lotus Sports Racers, the first of the Lolas, probably had 1100cc engines.
There's a book that sat in my library, probably sat in yours as well, I would think, called Climax in Coventry, about Walter Hassan.
No, I don't have the book, but there you go. I've got a lot of books, but...
Make me an offer.
Well, I had a lot of books when I left this morning.
Yeah, right.
But, there may be a skip arriving later on, so...
I moved house recently, and I as I packed, the 30th box of books, I was thinking, is this getting out of hand?
11 was a Riley Brooklands, named for the wonderful speed bowl in Surrey, built by Hugh Lock King.
It's a remarkable place. Obviously, it's incomplete now, naturally, but I can't help standing on the banking, not at the top, because I can't make it all the way to the top, but the hairs stand up on the back of your neck when
Quite.
you're there. I think it just, and I absolutely adore the sign that says "Clerk of the Course, to whom apply in all matters."
Yeah, this is the Austin area of the paddock. There are lots of little Austin 7s contesting Class 1 here today.
Yeah.
Green number 5 there. That's
Erica
Erica Pilkington, yeah,
Mm.
from the famous Pilkington family, who for decades ran the Motor Museum down here in Totnes in South Devon.
They're not the Glass family as well.
I think that's where it all came from initially.
Right.
Richard Pilkington and his and one of his daughters, Tanya, were racing last weekend in a Maserati at Donington.
Yeah.
And
They have a couple of factories close to where I live, actually.
yeah,
I
here
think
comes a vehicle down the hill, which is
Yeah.
we will. See where this goes. Yeah, we've got 4 is Julia Wolstenholme's Little Austin Sports. This is the area of the paddock my mother would love, because her father, who I recall my grandfather, who passed away in the 1960s, had a couple of Austin chummies.
Ah, yeah.
And oh, look at that, 190. Little Cooper, and V-twin Cooper. Don't know that we have a 190 on the list in here. There are a few extras,
No,
I think, in
I don't think we have.
in the program, but we'll give you those. I'll get an update.
In fact, we have got it's on the 3rd page. It's
Oh, is it?
David Andrews and the Cooper Mark 7.
Oh, okay.
190.
Cooper Mark 7, yes, a 53 car, and that's a V-twin Cooper. V-twin Coopers that were so successful in hill climbs in the 1950s, when the likes of one of your compatriots, David Bosher Jones, won 3 successive hill climb championships, as did Tony Marsh, who started his career in hill climbs. Won 6 British hill climb championships, exactly a decade apart. Two hat tricks. He had a fantastic single seater, the Marsh, with a GM engine, sort of Oldsmobile Buick type based engine, which had a very interesting transmission system, which gave it 4-wheel drive in a straight line, and then 2-wheel drive in the corners.
Really?
So it could disengage the front diff to maximise its potential.
I don't remember seeing David Bosher Jones competing. I remember Anthony Bosher Jones
Yes.
competing later on.
Yes, and there was Peter
in a-
Bosher Jones as well, who
Yeah.
competed
I think he was in a Malak.
at a Malak. That's right. Another lovely Cooper over there, 181. That's a very, very pretty Cooper.
T56, yeah. And again, 1100cc.
Yeah.
And it looks like the air ambulance might be leaving us shortly.
That was a Cooper T56, which was a Formula Junior Cooper. Yeah, the air ambulance is shortly to depart.
Yeah, Formula Junior produced quite a few successful drivers over the years, didn't it?
Well, that's what it was designed to do. It was founded by Count Giovanni Lurani, who'd raced in pre-war in things like the Mille Miglia, driving MGs, etc. And he was moved to found a class which would be a development class for young up-and-coming Italian drivers, because, as we said before, there was a generation lost during World War II, or who lost the opportunity to utilise their younger days in motorsport, and From 58 through to 1963, Formula Junior was a class which brought out some amazing drivers, the likes of Jim Clark emerged through Formula Junior, winning a race at Goodwood in 1960 with a Lotus 18. John Surtees, who started his first race, that very same race, from pole, the first four-wheel race he'd seen, and he was on pole for it. Frank Gardner came up through there, great all-rounder from Australia, and many, many others.
I was lucky enough to talk to John Surtees about his career, and because his first ever motorcycle race win was at Aberdare Park, where I commentate, and he said it wasn't the first motorcycle race I'd ever led, but it was the first time I'd led one on the bike. He said, because I was up Brands Hatch a few weeks earlier and I slid past the leader on my backside.
He was a wonderful man,
was.
John Surtees, and I mean, he could be difficult.
Oh,
he could be very cantankerous. He was a fearsome adversary, but a very fine engineer, and a great driver too, as well as rider.
He'd actually built a replica of the bike that he'd won at Aberdare Park on, and he was scheduled to come to Aberdare and do a lap of honour on the replica, but sadly we ran out of time, basically.
Well, there goes our wonderful air ambulance crew. You know they're there, but you just don't want to see them used too often.
No.
But that the expertise is
good
on
to know it's
hand
there.
and very portable.
Yeah. It's one of the things that I regret is that Surtees didn't get the recognition in terms of a knighthood or anything. You know, the only man to have won world championships on 2 and 4 wheels.
Yeah.
And you just think, why not?
Yes, I'm sure there were some dark forces going on in the background that we didn't really get to hear about.
Yeah.
But if anyone deserved it for all his contribution towards motorsport on 2 wheels and 4, it was John Surtees.
Yeah.
So the course vehicle is back in its slot at Wiz Corner. The Audi estate car is progressing over the stream.
And it sounds like there's some engines firing up down.
And I see the Ian Baxter in the outer. After what has been a very lengthy hiatus, ahead of him, trying to pick up the number, it's obscured at the moment.
Is that the one car that?
I
No,
think
the car at the back was the one that was red flagged, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's 160. I don't believe 161 is here, that Bugatti. I think I saw Edmund Burgess listed as a late non-starter in the week. So I think this is 160, which is Andrew Hadfield with the Wolseley Hornet Special.
Yeah.
1750, supercharged engine. And superchargers very commonly used throughout the era. Mechanically driven forced induction.
The superchargers, they were very popular, and then they seemed to drop in popularity, and turbocharging became the thing to do, and then superchargers seemed to have a bit of a revival again after that.
And then you had the Lancia
the S4
that were supercharged and turbocharged.
Yeah.
Probably to try to get round the throttle lag, which was always the bugbear of a turbo. Although Murray Rainey, the great Australian engineer, long gone, great hill climber, prior to that an Aussie Formula 3 champion, he devised a system in his daughter's car which had a kerosene-fueled afterburner, which when she lifted off the throttle fired a shot, a slug of of aircraft fuel basically into the inlet manifold. It got fired by a separate plug, and it's apparently to reduce the lag, and he tried to sell it to a Formula One team, and they kind of thought, no, probably a bit too complicated. The rules would probably have outmoded it anyway, or not even allowed it in the first place.
I remember driving a Subaru Legacy road car with the turbo, and the lag on that was really noticeable. But by the time they got to the Impreza, they hadn't got rid of the lag, but they'd certainly reduced it significantly by then.
Supercharging was very common, obviously in the 30s. It was common in the early days of the World Championship. Formula One World Championship from 1950 started at Silverstone, and where you could either run a 1500cc supercharged or a 4.5 litre normally aspirated engines. But say that soon gave way to a 2 litre formula for a couple of years, and then the formula we will remember after that from 54, where you were 2.5 litre. And there's the Bellevue Special going forward. Quite amazing. This offset. Oh, and it hasn't got very far. Is it just turning round to come back into the paddock? I think it probably is. I think it was just dispatched because they couldn't turn it round very easily there. It's this offset single-seater, so it has longer suspension on one side, rather like some of the oval racing cars in the States going into the 1960s. Offset, what's they call it in Italy? Fioricentro. Which sounds very glamorous. So 152 is back into the paddock. Oh, and also coming back into the paddock. I think this is going to be a turnaround, and then this is just a controlled turnaround, and I think that we will hopefully get an update on what is going to happen.
Yeah.
26-point turn in racing car like the Wolseley there, and the Alps are doing exactly the same thing.
You mentioned supercharging. I have actually seen a supercharged motorcycle. All I could think of was it's a brave rider that
They had
rides
supercharged NSUs and things a long time back, didn't they?
Yeah.
Some of the German engineers did some extraordinary things with supercharging.
The difference, I suppose, is that turbocharge, it only uses waste energy, doesn't it? Whereas supercharging, you have to take some of the energy, the usable energy, to power the supercharging.
And turbochargers, when it first came into Grand Prix racing with Renault in 1977, and I remember Jean-Pierre Jabouille appearing with the Renault at Silverstone, having been involved in the evolution of that project from the Formula 2 Elf 2J car, and also there for the first time was Gilles Villeneuve, driving a McLaren. He was going so well until he had a leak, which was from I think an oil capillary tube to the gauge. It was something really kind of Tuppenny Halfpenny kind of fault, but he really impressed. And Patrick Tambay also made his Grand Prix race debut that weekend.
Gilles Villeneuve, my second hero in Formula One after Tom Price.
Okay, yes, yeah.
Not that I'm biased or anything, but it was Tom Price.
Thomas Mulvin Price.
Yes.
And there's a memorial being prepared for him, isn't there? Like a statue or something like that being.
There is. I managed quite a few years ago to instigate a Tom Price trophy down at Pembrey, and lucky enough to get Jack, his father, to come down and present it the first time it was won. And Jack told me some wonderful stories. Like the time that Tom was racing, I think it must have been something like Formula Super V at Montclair, and they didn't have regular refueling. There's a Bowser came in once a day, and you had to get your fuel there, and Tom missed it. So he jumped in the single-seater drove out the front main gates, down the road to the local filling station, filled up and
As you
drove
would.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack
Amazing
has
place, Mulderry. Wonderful. A speed bowl, bit like Brooklands.
Yeah.
Just outside.
Paddock, thank you very much for your patience this morning. Just to let you know that our provisional intention is to start runs at 2 o'clock. That will conclude by practice 1 runs for that. If we haven't, we will then go into timed runs for class 1. That is provisional at the moment, but the intention is to start again at 2 o'clock. Attention Paddock, just a reminder that at the moment we do not have access to the top paddock, so please do not attempt to go on the track even though the doors are closed. We will let you know when you're able to do so.
I thought I'd get our lunch because I've already got lunch up
Yeah.
bring back on the second. These things becoming increasingly valuable that people are fighting to take them out on the road. Yeah. And I'm personally more interested in it doing well and using good like a yeah.
Attention Paddock, attention Paddock. It's time for Andy, live streaming company, to come to course control. That's Mike or Andy with the live stream, to come to course control.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Marcus Pye here in the commentary box, just to try to update you as best we can. Obviously there was an incident this morning, but until the car is recovered, then we clearly can't continue. So the provisional restart time has been and gone. The intention is still there, provided everyone, the authorities are in agreement that we could be able to continue later on this afternoon. But for right now, I'm afraid you have to sit quietly, enjoy your picnics, enjoy this wonderful sunshine here at Wiscombe Park, and we'll update you just as soon as we can. Sorry, I can't give you any more definite news, but with a fair wind we will have some motorsport for you this afternoon. But unfortunately we're in the hands of the authorities right now and can't move forward. So sorry about that. I'll come back to you as soon as I can and give you an update. Thank you.
return to our vehicle immediately. That's the aim of 136736 to pick up. Please return to your vehicle immediately.
Very keen to improve on
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, apologies for the delay. We are working to start competing again as soon as possible, but unfortunately we are unable to take any action whilst the constabulary remain involved.
coming back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have some very heartening news for you. Thank you for all waiting so very patiently over these last hours. But I've just had word that the plan is to restart competition in the next 10 minutes or so. So there are a few cars still to complete their first practice run. I think we're going to go then straight into competition runs. So we will update you as we can, but that is good news. And the track is, by the looks of things, now clear at the scene of this morning's incident. And with a fair wind, we're going to be underway in about 10 minutes. I've seen various officials from the Vintage Sports Car Club scurrying around, which is always good news. And that, with everything firmly crossed here, we'll be underway in 10 or so minutes. Thank you very much.
Attention paddock. For those of you in the final two classes, to make sure you're with your cars. This is the last of the practice runs. Please do make sure you're with your cars, warmed up, ready to go. If you're not ready, if you're up against time and afraid you're going to miss your practice run, please make sure you're with your cars, ready to go. Classes 1, 2 and 3. Again, also please be with your cars, ready to follow marshal's instructions. We're hoping to start time frames very, very shortly. I will, however, need your cooperation to ensure that we get through both time runs. You can be assured that you are ready to go. As soon as you're called, it will be a great assistance to all of us. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back underway, as you can see, and how wonderful it is on this glorious day in South Devon to see just some of our quickest cars just taking their first practice run required to get into the competition proper later in the afternoon. We've just been chatting to Dee Bond Christie, who was remembering her late husband Richard with a super new award inaugurated today to effectively as a prize for the quickest driver aged under 30 here at Wiscombe. So that's will be disputed later in the day once we get through the last of our qualifying runs, a bit more detail on the cars, etc., when we get into the time runs in programme order. You see that one or two of these drivers are very familiar with the hill from previous years, previous campaigns, are not hanging about. The feel of the circuit, of the hill as such, for the time runs later on, which is when they start to compete properly for today's awards.
Just had a timing actually with Jimmy Grimwood and the Fraser Nash of 48.85.
Yeah, that's promising, isn't it? It goes well in that car with the Alvis engine, the Norris Special as it is. The Bellevue Special going up as well with its twin rear wheels. That's now in the hands of the McEvoy family, Steve and Charlie. Car that was built by the Evans family, Kenneth and Doreen, both very good racers on circuits. Bellevue Garage. Car coming to the line now is the Alta of Ian Baxter, ex-Philip Jucker car, which will be one of the quickest of the day.
Michael James 154 in the Riley 12.4 TT Sprite replica does a 48 seconds exactly.
Yep. Okay, so this is probably going to be a quickie from Ian Baxter. To see how much grip is available, track should be in. And Baxter's coming down now. I've jumped ahead of myself. It's Spike Milligan and it's Connaught who is away. I only saw the car from the back. They look very similar from the rear. Both British Racing green. And former MG racer Spike Milligan has gone up. 160 is Andrew Hadfield with the Wolseley Hornet Special, the red car with the 1715 Supercharged engine. Spike Milligan coming up towards Sawbench corner. Round he goes. Then up the long straight at the top towards Martini. There's the Wolseley. And here's Baxter. He leaves the line now. It's ex-Philip Jucker Alta. The 61 IS single-seater, built by Geoffrey Taylor at Tolworth. Sorry, Geoffrey Taylor, whose son Michael also built some Alta cars for Formula Ford much later.
The time for Spike Milligan of 56.58.
Nice little Cooper Formula Junior now on the hill. Cooper 256. Kind of scaled down version of the car in cars in which Jack Brabham won the Formula 1 World Championships in 1959 and 60, and then chasing is the Cooper V-twin at the end of our programme. Probably everybody
Baxter in the Alta car 168 time 47.72.
So that's pretty quick, isn't it? That's looking going the right direction. And Alan Harrison in the Cooper T56 was next.
First car for the time to run car
1.
So the Cooper 190 doing a time of 49.74.
So we're into the, should be the timed runs now. Back in the programs to class 1. We'll try and keep you up to date. We don't have a, because of a breakdown in the router, wireless router, we don't have a self-correcting score sheet. But what I can do is try to, with Peter here, try to just keep up to speed with it.
Just looking at the practice times for class 1, the best time this morning, car 8, which is Stuart Rose in the Austin 7. Ulster did a 63.60 in practice. So that's the time to beat.
So that's the target effectively, and number 1 is away. That's Robert Rhodes with the Austin 7 EA Sports replica. The usual 7cc engine that dates back to 1930. So we've got another car on the hill, number 2 on the hill now. We'll wait for the time for number 1, Robert Rhodes, which should be imminent.
Yep, the time for car 1 then, Robert Rhodes, 71.5.
71.53 then is the first on the slate. Now on the course is 2 and 4 now following as well, because number 3, Claire Moody, is a non-starter, notified to us this morning. 5 and 6 down the line. 5 on the way. That's Erica Pilkington from the famous Topnez family of racers.
Car 2 does a time, that's Richard Butterworth, does a time of 69.70, so quicker than car 1, 69.70.
That's the lead then. 4 is on the way. That's Julia Wilson-Holm. Peter Howard next on the hill. There is 6 Peter Howard heading up. 6 cars, so that would indicate we're moving into class 2 very shortly.
Car 5 goes quicker again, on with a 63.61.
Really useful, there. 5 seconds inside her, 4.5 seconds inside her handicap target.
Time for car 5, Eric Pilkington is a 67.02.
So Julia Wilson-Holm still leads. Erica Pilkington goes into 2nd place for a time for Peter Howard in 6. This time in practice, as Peter said.
And it's a 66.44 for car 6.
So that's Peter Howard, moves into third place. No one down yet to the 63.60, which Stuart Rose set this morning, but of course that time is wiped from this competition. Quite a few of these cars you'll see more than once because they'll be double driven.
We have a time for car 8. Stuart Rose does a 60.56.
That's a cracking time for Stuart Rose in Austin 7 Ulster, which is over 3 seconds quicker than he ascended this morning in qualifying.
Marcus Sedler into class 2 now, and quickest in practice in class 2, 62.57. Time for Duncan Cartwright this morning. First of the Class 2 cars times, and that is the time for car 11, David Keefe in the Riley Brooklands. David has done a 66.02.
So you'll see these times start to drop. Second.
Yeah, I think car 12, the time isn't in for basket, unfortunately, so I can't give you a full time for that. Car 15, Rebecca Gunn in the Austin 7 Ulster has done a 72.36.
Okay, so we didn't get a proper time, I don't think, for Baker in Alan Clear's Riley. Might be able to update you on that later. 61.19 then for Duncan Cartwright, which is more than 2 seconds quicker than he went up this morning, the Riley Ulster Imp. That leads the way in Class 2. And the Gun Austin will be seen again, and the Clear Riley. So, we're moving into the next of our classes. Somebody seems to have had a problem on the line, being pushed back. So number 25 is being moved forward.
Car 22 records a time of 76.65. That's Roger Lear in the Alvis.
So that kicks off this class 3, standard and modified sports cars, slim cars 1101 to 1500cc unsupercharged, or 751 to 1100cc supercharged. So, next on the hill.
Best time in Class 3 this morning was car 31 with a 54.24. Time now for car 23, Wendy Webber in the Riley Sprite. She's in a time of 67.50.
That's a good time. That's towards 5 seconds inside her handicap target. Tim Nella very quick this morning. Car number 31. We'll see that coming in a while. Competitors here have been very, very busy with the polish. It's a very smartly turned out car on the hill. We're into Fraser Nash's, the centenary of the company, Archibald Fraser Nash himself. Started out with Godfrey Nash GMs, made cars under his own name. FNs,
overtime in car 25, Craig McWilliam in the Fraser Nash Super Sports does a 68.
So that's second quickest in the class so far.
Charles Pyther in the Fraser Nash Ulster, and he gets a minute 1:59.79.
So Dr. Charles Pyther, our first competitor, well inside the minute in the Fraser Nash Ulster. Nearly all these Nashes with the Meadows
Mark Wilson Hepwood's car number 28, 60.75.
It's not far behind. That's 6 hundredths of a second slower than Charles Pyther's time. Some more quick Nashes will be up than this, the Riley, which is that of Tim Keller.
29, Jonathan Mallet does a time of 61.
Very competitive at the head of this class, although I suspect that Tim Neller will bat it out in the ballpark with his time in the Riley TT Sprite. Campaigning for many years. His target time handicap is 52 seconds.
Dominic Hall, car number 30, the Fraser Nash Super Sports, does a time of 55.21.
Get the car made in the 1920s.
And here comes some time for car 31 then, Tim Neller in the Riley TT Sprite, 53.04.
Class lead then for Tim Neller. 54.24 this morning, 53.04 already this afternoon.
As we move into class 4, car 42 and set the target time in practice. That's Michael Hallett in the Lee Francis, who did a 60.74 in morning practice.
Francis Piper. Well, that's the end of the batch. I think there'll be one more time perhaps to get. This gives me an opportunity to let somebody know that they have lost their bank card, and it's quite distinctive. And if Dr. Jamie Scott can come to the commentary box, which is by the cattle grid outside Wiscombe House, and successfully describe this card, it will be returned. So thank you very much to the spectator who handed it in. Dr. Jamie Scott's card is safe with us in the commentary box.
Well, we've got that missing time from the first batch of competitive runs. That was car 20, the car of Martin Bell, the singer. He did a 90.08.
And a big shout out for Chief Marshal Mike Overfield Collins, who's up at the top of the hill, I think in the top paddock, and congratulations on the reaching your landmark 70th birthday today. Many happy returns. Mike Overfield Collins, that's from one of your supporters down here in the paddock. We all wish you a pleasant afternoon, and maybe some celebrations this evening. So the form is now, for those of you who are not familiar with the hill climbs here at Wiscombe, is that the competing cars will return down the hill and will disperse to their parking slots in the paddock. A few hills do have return roads, not many, and for those that don't, then it's an opportunity to see the cars as they come back past us. Glorious hill here at Wiscombe, opened back in 1958 to competition, and staged rounds of the RAC, as it was, British Hill Climb Championship since the 60s. Always one of my favourites to compete at, and good that today we're joined by Pat Jennings, who's commentated on so many events here at Wiscombe over the years. And Pat's just written a superb book on his reflections of several decades in the commentary box at speed event venues all across the southwest. And if you find, look for Pat Jennings' Southwest Motorsport book on the on Amazon's or eBay's or whatever else, your opportunity to invest in that. Lots of super memories from Pat. So a few of these cars at the start of this group have just been out.
Credit card. Your name, sir? Dr. Jamie S. Scott on the card. My number is 4520
About 5 minutes ago.
You came out with my camera, you know, my...
Yeah, exactly.
But I know you have a job to do, so great comment. Cheers.
Well, I'm really glad that Dr. Jamie Scott heard that mention and has been reunited with his bank card. So have a great day, Jamie. Enjoy your beer, and we will move on with our programme. One or two cars still outstanding from the early classes, and they're the classes, they're the double-driven cars that will go up a couple of times. So the last few cars coming down the hill. So quickest so far today, Tim Neller on a 53.04 in the Riley. Just coming along now up past the start line. Car number 31, long time Vintage Sports Car Club racer and long time senior club official as well. So the discussions this morning about when the VSCC first came to Wiscombe, and there was the options were I think 1979 and 83, with I think more people fancying the latter, and it's certainly been a fascinating event over the years, particularly when twinned with the 500 Owners Association hill climbs, which 2022's happened yesterday. Last year, the quickest time was set by Greg Lerigo, another blue Riley. We'll see that car later in the competition. And I think Greg was in the The 53s, I'll just check that, it's in the programmes. And it's a very nice programme, lots of information in there, and you can get a copy by visiting the White Caravan in the kind of centre front row of the paddock, if you like. It's probably the easiest way to describe it. Greg Lirigo did 53.95 last year for best time of the day. So conditions may be a bit different, but Tim Neller already sub that. It wasn't held back in 2020, of course, the aftermath of the COVID pandemic's sort of first hit, but a hugely popular event over the years, and great that so many of you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, have turned out today to enjoy something a little different on the motorsport scene, something quintessentially English, shall you say. Some stunning cars here, and some very capable competitors. Nice to see that also have some younger competitors, and they will be competing the under 30s for this new award, the Richard Bonham Christie Trophy, commemorating the life of a great enthusiast of the VSCC, someone who enjoyed his vintage cars, also enjoyed sailing, but was very much dedicated to supporting the aspirations of younger competitors in both areas of sport. And it's with OD here today to make that presentation at the end of the afternoon to our quickest competitor under 30 at Wiscombe. And it's intended that this, I think, will be an annual event. So welcome to Dee Bonham Christie and her party, who've had a very pleasant picnic outside the house at lunchtime.
Well, it is Class 4 that we should be seeing next, and just to reiterate, the best practice time this morning for Class 4, car number 42, Michael Pallett in the Lee Francis S-Type Hyper with the 1500cc supercharged engine from 1969, and his time this morning was a 60.74.
Yes, the Lee Francis Hypers, very capable cars. One of these cars won the TT race in 1928, driven by K. Don, well-known sporting motorist. 40 looks to be the first car into stage.
That's Ian Bingham, of course, in the Fraser Nash TT replica.
Ian Bingham then kicks off Class 4, the standard modified sports cars and saloons, 1500 to 2000cc unsupercharged, and 1101 to 1500cc supercharged. Pretty car. These Fraser Nashes with rapid engines and the quad chain drive to a solid rear axle, no differential, so in some corners they do tend to kick their tails out. And we've lost our screen, unfortunately, so we hope that we can get that reinstated. Power outage on it there this morning. Wait for the next break for he would take it to come up and fix that one. Waiting for that time for Ian Bingham, the Fraser Nash TT rep, that will get Class 4's order in the book. Two away, that's Michael Pallet, who was quickest to
So here is that time then for car 40 for Ian Bingham, his time 73.45.
73.45 then is what Ian Bingham has laid down. The Alvis, who's next on the course, of Anthony Norton in 41. Michael Pallet's Lee Francis, the first of a couple of those, because I understand that 44, Jeffrey Delaney, is an unfortunate non-starter in this class.
And Anthony Norton, number 41 in the Alvis 1250, his time 62.91.
It's a good time. That's inside his handicap target. Sports car club is to even out the disparity in vehicles by putting together a target time that would be given to a driver who improves upon that, hopefully.
Well, I said that Michael Pallet in car 42 was quickest in practice this morning. His time this afternoon, 57.18.
57.18. That is a long way inside this morning's effort, and his handicap target was 63 seconds, so he's nearly 6 seconds inside that, and that would make him very difficult to beat in this class. 43 with the next time we expect.
And that comes through. It's Graham White and Lee Francis Hybrid is a 66.69.
66.69, so he's about 4 seconds outside his handicap target to complete the runners in Class 5 as far as we are aware. A double driven car going up from earlier in the program. I think that is Dr. Bill Roston with the GN 11.9 Annie.
Time then for car 715 is 68.16.
715. That was Fergus Gunn.
Yeah, the time again was 68.16. Time for 712 James Baker is 63.27.
63.7 puts James Baker, I suspect, second in class. Was there a time for proper time for number 12, Andrew Baker, earlier on?
I think that was the one that didn't print out correctly.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, we did. We only got the two intermediate times, which were quite good actually, but we haven't got the final time, I'm afraid. 7:28 then records at the time. And that is Bill Roston, and Bill's time is 63.96.
Yeah, Mark Roston Edwards earlier did a 60.75 inside his handicap, 63.96 further inside Dr. Bill Roston's handicap in the same car.
So moving on to the Class 5 cars, number 1, Alex Pilkington. His time 62.40.
So Alex Pilkington
62.40.
Okay. 62.40.
His apologies to Alex. Her time was a 62.40.
And we haven't seen the green Talbot yet. David Saxall, that's done there. That car built up by Ian Paulson, the renowned Talbot expert in Suffolk. Car designed by Georges Roche. Had some carburation problems, David was telling us earlier on. Drove it down from from South London. Anyway, it goes. Yep, the beautiful green Talbot. That colour scheme derived from the going away dress of Madame Roche, the car's designer's wife, on their wedding day.
Meanwhile, the other Talbot, the 2550, car number 60 of Robert Frankham, has done a 79.07.
Edward Way on the hill now with the Austin, with the Paul Scott EB4 aero engine under the bonnet, 10 litres, very typical of a First World War aero engine, made in the USA.
And the slightly smaller 9-litre peak day, number 61, Jeff Smith, has done a 66.52, sorry, 61, no, it's 58.03, 58.03, 61, Ross Talbot, AV105 of David Saxel, car number 50, has done a 66.52.
So Jeff Smith, after a couple of seasons away with the Picard Pictet Sterling Aero Special, fabulous looking car. You can see the valve springs shattering away outside the bonnet line. That car has come back stronger after Jeff's layoff. Welcome back, Jeff. Great to see the car.
And that 10-litre Austin Hall Scott EB4 of Edward Way, number 70, the time for that car, 64.25.
You gave us a time for David Saxel, didn't you, in the number 50?
Yep, the time for David was 66.52. 66.52.
Okay. And Alex Pilkington with the Alfa Romeo, she leads that class.
And we have a time now for car 80, and the time for car 80, 67.68.
Let's move this nicely into class 8, special sports cars up to 1100cc supercharged, up to 750 supercharged.
Car number 82 is the next to go to time. Clive Bergman in the Austin 7 Special, 64.60.
That's the class lead so far. Who's quickest in this? Do you have a practice for class 8, Peter?
I'll tell you in just a moment. And it was car 84 with a 59.18 in practice.
Thank you very much. That's Kevin Morton with the Riley 9 Special.
Car 83, David Burnage in the Austin 7 Ulster Special, does a 74.16. Here is the time for car 84. Kevin Morton, his time in this first time run, 59.22.
59.22, sub-minute then for Kevin Morton. 59.18 this morning. How consistent is that? 4 hundredths of a second. Red flag currently for the driver on the hill.
Time then for car 85, David Fernell in the toy, the Austin 7 Special, 64.38.
64.38, that is 0.32 of a second inside Clive Bergman's previous class lead.
And now we get car number 87's time. It's actually shown as a fail, so I'm guessing that's why the red flag is out. There's a car rolling back down the hill at the moment.
Okay. So this is the car that was flagged. I guess it was.
It is indeed the 87 car. Oh, I haven't got on my entry sheet, I'm afraid. The marshals going immediately to assist him. They've been very busy today, of course, with the incident we had a little earlier and so on, and I have to say a huge thank you. I know Marcus will join me in this and saying a big thank you to all the marshals who do such a great job purely for the love of the sport, and without them we would have no sport. They're there to make sure that all of us enjoy our motorsport as safely as possible.
Hear, hear. And yeah, wonderful job that the marshals do, often faced with very difficult situations like they were this morning, and their professionalism and stoicism is much appreciated. This is a lot for the training they receive and the camaraderie on the posts, which means that all our marshals always give of their very best in those situations. 87 then being just pushed off into the slot at Wiz Corner. Now, whether that was the cause of the fail, I suspect it was, and the cause of the red flag, yeah, the fact that the car's not coming back to the paddock at this point, I think indicates that there was a mechanical problem with that car. So I'm sorry I don't know who was in that car. Maybe next break I'll go and find out. That's probably a good idea. And we'll then head into Class 9. Interesting to see who was quickest there in quali this morning.
So much paperwork, we'll find it in just a moment. In Class 9 in practice, some fairly close times actually, but one time stands out. Is that
107, Greg Lirigo, I should imagine, went quickly. Usually does.
He is in Class 9, is he still? Yeah, you're
Yep.
right. Yeah, 107 indeed. You're right. 53.84.
53.84 then. That was this morning's qualifying
But
time.
we've also actually got a 109, which is David Pike in the Morgan Rally, did a 51.10.
Okay, well that's Greg Lirigo quicker than last year's BTD time, but David Pike quicker this morning. Now those times don't count for anything, other than a few bragging rights in the paddock. So we're waiting now for the next car to leave the line. That's nice and crisp.
This is probably the class with the largest entry, isn't it? Class 9.
Yes, looks like it. Strong entry.
Waiting for the first time to come through from the start. Here it comes. It's car 92 is the first time that we get for Class 9. Jonathan Garden in the Riley 12.4 Special does a 67.37.
67.37 then for Jonathan Garden in 92. David Saxel, who's due to start this class, is already up the hill, having taken his Talbot up, so he'll be back to drive his Riley TT Sprite, an interesting car.
Car 93, which is Jack Butler in the Riley Special, 64.99.
Class leads so far, and chasing a target time of 63 seconds.
Champions for car 96, which is Barbara Lord in that Riley Falcon, 64.75. Quickest in class so far.
So Barbara Lord in the Leonard Lord Riley Falcon, 64.75. His target is 62.5. That leads the class on time so far.
Number 98 is Simon Bowyer in the Lee Francis P-Type. The time for Simon is 62.96.
Heading down towards a minute, just about a second outside his target.
Dr. David Morley in the Riley Special, 58.52, so below the minute mark with Dr. David Morley.
Yeah, 58.52. That's impressive. If you're looking for a target time there, 56.5. So perhaps a little more to come. The handicap is just be a little bit too demanding.
103. Paul Compton, 57.77.
The quickest time. A lot of these classes are seeded, so the quickest drivers and cars come at the end of the group, based on previous times at Vintage Sports Car Club events.
Car 104, Colin Wilson home in the Riley Racing MPH does a 54.06.
That's very impressive, 54.06 for Colin Wilson home. It's only 1.02 seconds away from Tim Neller's earlier Riley time.
Next up is car 106, Peter Hopkinson in the Riley Special, does a 56.29.
Currently second in class. Now, was that Dr. David Pryke I saw with the Morgan Riley 44? I suspect it was. Quickest in qualifying this morning in this class, 51.10.
Right, car 107, Greg Luigo, the Riley Special, 52.06.
52.06. That's almost a second inside Neller's time, so that puts Greg Luigo, last year's winner, firmly on top of the pile. That's not very handy. Our paper roll has died, so fortunately Peter, I think, has the technology to fix it in the form of another paper roll. So unfortunately we did miss a time there. Time for 111 is 62.35. into Class 10, Special Sports Cars, 3000cc unsupercharged, 1101 to 2250 supercharged. Riley sounded very strong. 112 meanwhile, 63.09. It's Ron Turner. Ron Turner in the Wolseley Hornet Special.
Alright, getting some times. Car 112, we got 63.09. And car 113, we got a 59.09.
So that's David Knight in the Fraser Nash TT Rep, V10 1971cc. Probably got the BMW engine in it then, I think.
Car 114 now, and that is Chris Tabor and Riley Special, 56.45.
56.45. That's a cracking time for Christopher Tabor with the 114.
Car 116 is Andrew Frank in the ACGN Beetle. Does a 53.91.
53.91, which is third quickest overall of the times we have. We are missing, say, a time for, I think 109 we're missing from earlier on. I don't know if that's on the sheet anywhere.
I think that is probably when the sheet ran out.
Sort of sputtered to a halt.
Yes. So unfortunately, the answer to that question is no.
So the second driver of the Frank ACGM Beetle won't have run yet, and there are one or two more times we're missing. I think we're at the end of a batch now because the course is clear. I'll run down and get those missing times.
End of batch, it says on my printout.
Very observant, he says to himself. Well, the course car is now coming down from the top of the hill, and the next batch of cars is due to get underway, and we're expecting to see 122 Peter Batty driving the rather splendid Fraser Nash Supersports powered by the Bugatti engine, and this is a super rapid car. So there is, yes, 122, Peter Batty then. Listen to this, it sounds magnificent. Only starter, unfortunately, in Class 11, special sports cars, over 3 litre unsupercharged, over 2250cc supercharged.
Peter's time in practice was a 56.01.
So this is car 122. Yeah, sounds magnificently gruff, doesn't it? That will sound superb under the trees, I imagine, up past the bluebells on the top straight. So Peter Batty nearing the top. We're going to Rick Permain with his Austin 7. Class 13.
Car in class 13 in practice was 137.95.
Okay, so time for 122. That's Peter Batty. 55.22, isn't it?
It is.
So that's an impressive time, and that is 1.7 seconds inside the handicap set for him. 41 racing cars. The record here goes back to vintage record 49.95. Michael Fitzmaurice back in 2005.
At a time for car 130, then the first of the class 13 runners, Rick Permain in Austin 7 does a 61.29.
Gets us underway.
133 is the next one. Neil Thorpe in the Singer does 60.27. Time is for car 135, Dougie Roper Marshall in the Austin 7 Special with a 68.03. Time for car 136, Hugo Pickup in the Austin Ulster Special, 55.19. So was that something like 300ths quicker than car 129? I know they're in different classes, but 122.
So 55.19.
Car 137, Mark Donnell in the Wiley Special, 53.09.
That's a splendid time. 500ths outside Tim Neller, and 1.03 away from Greg Lerigo, who's the quickest so far. And Gary Clare in on course, always spectacular, chasing a target handicap of 52.5. Gary Clare.
Paul Martin in the Jap engine Austin does a 55.76. Car number 138.
See what Gary Clare can manage.
So we get Gary's time, car 139. It's a 54.60.
Yeah, that's impressive. Not down to his handicap time, but not far away.
140, Mark Elder does a 54.08. That's the last of the class 13 runners, at the moment at least. So a look at class 14. Just a couple of cars in this class, I think, and the quicker of the two is 141. Is that one of the two driver cars? Sorry, I just can't see him on my list. Class 14, which starts with 150. The quickest in the class this morning was car 153 that doing a 48.71.
Okay, that's more than, yes, Salome.
So we get a time for car 798, Sir Charlotte Bowyer, Lee Francis 62.73. And 702 is Andrew Oliver in the Riley Special, and in Class 9 63.31. Time for another Class 9 car, 706, Tim Hopkinson, does a time of 56.39. 56.39. What's the first of the three 700s one? Yeah, 798, 702, 73, yeah. Car 716. Next, and that is David Frank, Class 10, time of 52.93.
Good effort from David Frank with the ACG Beetle, and that is best in class, and a couple of seconds inside the expectation.
Harry Thomas tribute colour scheme heading down towards the start line, I think.
David Saxell's right, absolutely. Telling us about this earlier on. First time out at Wiscombe last weekend in Kirkland.
Car number 41, sorry, 141 this time. Car 141, 58.39.
That's 141. 58.39 or so.
That's it. Next up, car 752. That's Charlie McAvoy in NA, class 14. Does a 59.53.
That's the Bellevue Special.
Then we get car 154. Car 154 is Michael James in the Riley, doing a time of 48.02.
I think this is a change of class with Michael James. I think he was down earlier on in the entry. He was originally in class 9.
Class 14.
So his number is
154.
154 is changed.
Then we get car number 1990 with a time of 63.54.
That was David Saxell in AHP 211, the car that Fred Clark and his son Michael put together for many years. It was a saloon into the 1970s and a pile of bits until 2005. David was 10 years.
Time comes through now for car 15, Rebecca Gunn in the Austin 7 Ulster. The time for Rebecca 69.91. Car 782 is Claire Fennell Williams. Claire's time is 70.29.
782 or 785?
782.
That's Eleanor Bergman.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Time is?
One too fast, sorry. 70.29, 70.29.
Thank you. Into 6th place so far, I think, in that class. 793 just coming forward. That's William Butler in the Riley Special. I think that's probably Barbara. There we go on the hill. The car that leads the class in husband Greg's hands on a 52.06. Car 707 that'll be. .796 or something. That's Leonard Lord with the Riley Falcon.
Well, now we do get a time for car 785, Claire Fennell Williams, and the time is 68.02.
Get earlier on was that one for Dr. David Pryke, a 51.10, which is very impressive. 707.
707 is Barbara Rico, and her time is 63.52. 63.52.
Just in the middle of the class somewhere. 793's next.
793 is William Butler in Riley Special, 59.18.
The yellow car on the course is Leonard Lord with the Riley Falcon. Taking back to 1936.
And the time for Leonard Lord, car 796, is 65.59.
So that's the majority of that class done.
So we move to 14 and car 150, and that's the car of Andrew Wilson. Does a 62.86.
On the hill, we saw the Alta of Ian Baxter, number 162. This will be seriously quick. 153 first, though.
Yeah, 153. John Giles in the 49.19.
That's a cracking time. 49.11.
Anything under 50 seconds is
not hanging about.
So 162 Ian Baxter in the Alta does a 49.42.
So 49.42, and the time of John Giles was 49.11. So that's brewing up nicely, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Looks like it could be a very competitive afternoon sport.
Time for car 163. That's John Galley in the Ford, 69.75. 170, Julian Grimwade in the Fraser Nash single-seater with a time of 47.64.
So that's the 3.5 litre Alvis engine Fraser Nash. Number for Grimwade was
170.
170, 47.64, that's quickest. A couple of Coopers now on course.
Meanwhile we get the time for car 180, the Connaught of Spike Milligan, 54.61.
Of course, that great Connaught exponent, Tony Brooks, who passed away this week, and he won the 1955 Syracuse Grand Prix in a Connaught, first Grand Prix win by a British driver in a British car since Henry Seagrave in 1923. So impressive.
Yeah, timing now for car 160, Andrew Hadfield of Wolsey Hornet Special, 55.92. Car 181, Alan Harrison in the Cooper T56 does a 56.19.
Second in class then to Milligan with Connaught A7.
We get car 190 in with a time, that's David Andrews in the Cooper Mark 7, time for David 48.63. That I think is the end of the batch and end of the first
End of the
runs.
first runs, I think. Yeah, that's good. And David Andrews there then in the Cooper V Twin, Cooper Mark 7.
Attention, Paddock. Thank you ever so much for your cooperation on these fast runs, ladies and gentlemen. We are now planning on going into a second timed run, and as such, class 1, please will you come and join me in the assembly area.
Oh yeah, yeah. I like that program actually. It's a bit. I sometimes think, oh, they're stating the obvious, but then it's probably only obvious if you're an anorak, basically. Have you been watching this Scouting for Toys?
I saw the trailer for it. Vectis Auctions.
Yeah.
My wife and daughters looked at each other and said, "Oh no, not very like that."
Very interesting.
go, you see that blue and white caravan there?
That's the one opposite you?
Yeah.
Yep.
If you go to the white caravan beyond that,
Mhm.
there are preppers for sale.
Okay, thank you so much.
No
Appreciate
problem.
that. Thank
Cheers.
you.
The other program was called Bangers and Cash.
Yeah.
I didn't bother with that purely because the title for a long time.
I've watched a bit of that, quite a lot, because it's late at night.
Yeah. But I just thought, it's just going to be about these sort of... The woman in green, she's at... Saracen Salad. She's at... going to be at Prescott Historique, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's quite an interesting bloke. I've met him.
Yeah.
Bit of a cove.
Oh, yeah. He's done pretty well for himself, I look
Done very well for himself. Big collection of clothes.
So the car's coming down then at the end of the first runs. See them all again in a moment. (138) looking very intrepid there. So many of these drivers do. Quite a lot of these wonderful Shelsley specials, as they tended to be known.
Attention Paddock. Thank you again for all of your assistance today. Just to keep you on your toes, we're going back to the batteries as we run one. So, battery turn at the end of class 4. Battery turn at the end of class 9. So you need to make sure that you're following the marshal's instructions. When you return from your second practice, your second timed run, it will be a great assistance for those of you that are in sports car classes either bring them back to performance in racing or transport them to the road, whichever is easiest. Marshals have been very, very good so if you can give them a local appreciation on your way back now to your second run.
(181), the little Cooper T56 goes through. (190), the Cooper V-twin, David Andrews. (160), that's the Andrew Hadfield Wolseley Hornet Special.
No, we don't take the paper. I was just trying to sort out the first run times. I couldn't find the one not, but I found them now.
You've only seen the double view once, I think.
Was it a two-driver car, is it?
Yeah. 752 and 752.
I'll be right. 752 has been through.
Yes.
Yeah, looks like you're right.
I don't know if we saw 151 or 152 in that class.
Doesn't appear to be
No.
Yeah. What's happened? Somebody being towed or something, is it?
That's the.
Oh, the one that was parked up there, is that?
No, that's the Spike Milligan.
Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't see that.
Connaught.
Yeah. Do you normally stay around to do prize giving, or?
I would have done years ago when I was reporting the Nationals, and we had quite a lot of stuff to write.
Yeah. That looks like a racing car. Should look, doesn't it?
And there's 180, the beautiful Connaught A7 being towed through the Paddock, Spike Milligan's car. Glorious wheels, that the split rim type wheels that Connaught made. Car that was raced in period by Roy Salvadori. That one.
Oh, hi, sorry for disturbing. Is there any chance of putting out on the intercom? You see that there's a Lee Francis tucked in there, it's an M type.
Right.
There's only 3 in the world. I own another one, and the third one's in New Zealand.
Right.
Is there a chance of getting the owner to come over to his car? Because I'd like to meet him. He's relatively new.
And it's Lee Francis.
It's an M type Lee Francis. 1926.
What does it have?
Thank you. No, the Lee Francis is the green one right in the corner. Yeah.
Just had a request. In the director's car park, there's the most beautiful Lee Francis M type, and a gentleman here by the commentary box who owns a sister car. There are only 3 in the world, we're told. The other is in New Zealand. So if the owner of the Lee Francis M type from 1926 would care to meet a kindred spirit, he is here. Thank you very much. Well, we're about to go into the second runs. There's one double-driven car at the start. I think we're going to have it's the McAvoy MGNA Bellevue Special with this curious offset driving position. There it goes. Car raced back in the 1950s at Goodwood by Basil de Lissa, and away it's gone. I think absolutely glorious. Tom Hardman brought this car out a few times over the last few years, but we found a new owner. And the owners are enjoying it here today at Wiscombe Park.
So if that's bearing the number 152, I believe the first run time was a 58.04 for that car.
Thank you. Yes, there are some double drivers in this class. It's a pragmatic way to work through the field, but there's a car.
We have a red flag on the start
been
line.
Flagged at it's car number 1, and it'll be coming back to the start line. So the McAvoy MG is up the hill.
I'm just wondering, was the red flag shown to car number 1? Possibly.
I suspect it was. So a time for 52 is a fail.
Yes. One of the course vehicles going out there to deal with the situation, by the looks of it.
I think it's 1:52, isn't it?
I think it is.
Yeah, it's 1:52.
Yeah.
And that's a fail. So the course car just been dispatched to retrieve the MG Bellevue Special.
On that basis, I suspect it's a mechanical failure, with that being the vehicle that's gone out. Hopefully so, anyway.
Yeah, and those the Bellevue Garage is a successful racing team of brother and sister, Kenneth and Doreen Evans. Raced quite a lot of different MGs over the years.
Yeah, confirmation through that car 1 was shown the red flag, so we'll get another run.
Yeah, 1 is Richard Rhodes. Robert Rhodes, I apologise, in the Austin 7 EA Sports Rep. So when we get going again with Class 1, ladies and gentlemen, it looks as if it is currently led by Stuart Rose, who's quickest in quality as well, on a 60.56, car number 8, Stuart Rose, Austin 7, Ulster. 60.56 leads the way. Well, sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting for the course to be cleared. Got 3 or 4 cars down there waiting to take their second runs. Class 1's record set back in 2008 by William Way, Austin 7 Ulster, a cracking time of 56.50. No one yet under 60 in the class, but Stuart Rose is knocking at the door with car number 8. Is Austin 7 Ulster. Class 2, the record, another Ulster driver, goes back even further. Goes back to 1999. And my late friend James Diffie, who set a 53.75 1999. And James has been gone many a year. Delightful chap. And there was a rather at his funeral there was a rather wonderful cackle fest of rorty cars and motorcycles, which he'd have approved of very much. His brother Simon still competes in historics, regular at Goodwood. So here we go, we're underway, and it is car number 1, which is the blue Austin 7.
Set a time of 71.53, I think.
Yes, that's right. It's Robert Rhodes. Once he's up into the through the S's and up towards Sawbench, the signal is given for the next car to leave, number 2.
Richard Butterworth, who will be looking on to improve on his first run time of 69.70.
Yeah. These two weren't that far apart, the two drivers on the hill. 5 comes down, British Racing Green, Austin 7 Ulster of Eric and Brooklands.
Times for car 1. In fact, it's slightly slower than first run time. It's a 72.33. Car 2, meanwhile, improves on his first run time with a 68.52.
Was next up in the first round, which was Julia Woolstenholme.
Car 736, who was just in a 59.09. That might pick up in the Austin Ulster Special.
Okay.
Running in Austin. Do get the time for car 4, and well, that's consistency. 63.61 on the first run, second one 63.62.
That's very impressive. I do remember seeing Ayrton Senna in a Formula Ford at Buxton in 1981, who amazed his team chief by doing laps. 4 or 5 laps within a couple of hundreds. A 2.3 mile race circuit in a Formula Ford car that was bobbing and wheeling all over the place.
Car 5, meanwhile, having done a 67.02 on run 1, does a 66.97 on run 2. First time I saw Ayrton Senna wasn't all that far from me. It was at Castle Combe in the Formula 4 2000 race.
82. And yes, that's 500ths quicker for Erica Pilkington in the Austin 7. Peter Howard in 6. And 8 Stuart Rose still to go. So this is time for 6.
Is a slower time than run 1. It's 67.18.
That is so frustrating when you go and you're not quite as quick as before. Maybe you don't know exactly why. It's probably just a it's a tenth or a couple of tenths here and a tenth or a couple of tenths there, and it just goes away.
And car 8, having done a 60.56, now does a 60.68.
Very consistent, so Stuart Rose is going to win that class on a 60.56 this morning. 63.61 is going to put Julia Paulson on second, I believe. And then 66.44 I think will be third.
Car 11's time comes through now. First run was a 66.02, this time it's a 66.26. Basically what you were telling me just now is that the first time I saw Ayrton Senna race was 14.
Yes.
Thanks for that.
That's right, we're the same age.
Yes, yeah. Having a birthday next week wasn't enough to remind me of getting it.
I'll have to wait till next week.
We've got a time for car 12. Did you get the time for car 12 on run 1? I didn't, unfortunately. It's 61.03 on run 2, anyway.
No, I think that's when the it just had a part time come up on the screen.
Yeah, it gave the 2 intermediates, but not the cumulative.
61.03 is, regardless of the first run, is quickest so far, and that's Andrew Baker in Alan Clear's Riley.
Impressive run for car 16. Did a 61.19 the first time, at 59.90 this time.
59.90?
Yep.
That is quickest by 100th of a second over Rebecca Gunn's 59.91, I think. If 15's time is correct. 15 has only just recently gone.
Yeah, 15 actually was 72.36.
The first run.
First run I haven't got. Not in front. That was the first one. Yeah, second one was. Let's double check that. Sorry. No, 16 did a 59.90. 15. I haven't got a time for 15 on the second run.
Okay. So not time for Rebecca Gunn at this point. So we're going to see the Clear family Riley go again with the second driver.
2 times I can update you on the next class now. Took out 22. First run was a 76.65. This run, car 22, does a 74.31. And then car 23, first run a 67.22. Sorry, 67.50. This run is a 67.22. Quarter of a second off the time, not too bad.
Yeah, nice little improvement.
Car 24 did a 67.67 on the first run, 67.29 on this run.
Another useful improvement for Simon Coates. We do though have 3 cars sub-minute. Dr. Charles Piver with the Fraser Nash Ulster. 59.79 so far. 55 for Dominic Hall, 53 for Tim Allen.
Car 25's time comes through, more another consistent run, because the first one was a 68.33. This run was a 68.26. Car 27, first run 59.79. This run 59.40.
Goes Tim Neller away, leading the class on a 53.04. Back in time from Tim.
Time for car 28 goes from a 60.75 on the first run to a 59.23 on the second run.
Oh, that's very good, and that's pipped Dr. Charles Piver. Maybe good enough for P3 in the class.
29. Well, there's a 61.21 on the first run. Second run, 55.85.
That's a splendid time. Jonathan Meller with the Fraser Nash Boulogne TT. 55.85 puts him third in class behind Dominic Hall's Fraser Nash and Tim Neller in the Riley Sprite. Tim well clear on a 53.04 so far. 31 Tim Neller, 53.32. Not quite as quick as before. I reckon class is in the bag. Martin Bell Singer coming down. Got a Francis on the line by the looks of things. It's 42, Michael Pallett, who was under a minute first time, led the class quite comfortably.
Time for car 40. First run 73.45, a second run 62.66. In the first run, something might have
I've had a moment somewhere.
Yes. Car 41, first run 62.91, second run 63.53.
Michael Pallett then looks to have the class in the bag in 42, regardless of what he does this time round.
Well, he did a 57.18 on the first run. He's just done a 56.25 on the second run. Very nearly a second off his first run time.
All cars in classes 8 and 9 with your car.
Vintage record stands to Jeremy Brewster in the Lee Francis Hyper at 53.40, putting it into perspective, and that was back in 2008. So about 14 years that record has stood.
Car 43 goes from a 66.69 on the first round to 64.25. Interestingly, the intermediate times for that car are virtually identical, so it was all made up in the last part of the hill.
So that looks like Michael Pallett then has taken that class on a 56.25, but very close battle behind. The 62.66 for Ian Bingham, that fast improvement. Second, and Norton on a 62.91 would be third. So Graham White, Lee Francis Hyper 64.35, good improvement, but doesn't improve his chances in the class because Bingham went so quickly and grabbed second.
Time for car 20, and this is an improvement once again, I think 86.06 on this run.
So we've got a couple more to run in that class.
Car 715's time comes through. From a 68.16 on the first run, a 69.94 on the second run.
So I think we've still got to see one runner in that, which will be James Baker. We see Andrew Baker go up in the Riley. 2 to run in Class 3. Class 4 resolved in favour of Michael Pallett, number 42. So I can see the next batch of cars lined up, headed by number 50, which is David Saxel in the bright green Roush Talbot AV 105. Got a bit of work to do to catch Alex Pilkington. Three Pilkington girls who compete. Alex, Erica and Tanya. Well, it looks like we may have one car just to be towed back into the paddock, because I see a course car with officials jumping out. They're perhaps going to get their tow rope. So here are the competitors coming back from batch 1 in this second run. .736 there. Leading them back in. Lots of good-natured toots and waves from the competitors. Lovely Riley Brooklands there, the maroon car, then 16 follows. Riley Ulster in. 7:12, James Baker. They may just have taken that number off because I think it was Andrew Baker running last. Change the number for Sibley. 29 there. So one of the many Fraser Nashes. Jonathan Mellor with the Bowen TT. Singer goes through, and then 715. One of our double-driven cars. That was Fergus Gunn. Oh yes, there's the tow rope. Quite impressive how those marshals are managing to tow the estate car on the tow rope back towards the car. That's how it looked from this distance anyway.
Yes, all VSCC marshals are of course superheroes in their spare time.
Sort of Jeff Cape's school of bodybuilding.
There we have it.
Yep, the MG Bellevue then being just repatriated to the paddock. Won't be too long, and it'll be clear. It's quite a staggering looking device with that offset bodywork.
Yeah, it is.
That'll be to we lower the drivetrain, put it down the side of the cockpit. There aren't too many of them. That's absolutely it's a unique motor car.
Yeah.
Presentation is amazing on it. Just unfortunately didn't get to the top.
All built without the aid of computer-aided design and manufacturing as well.
Thankfully. Has its place, but this is all about free expression, wasn't it? And experimentation.
Well, yeah. I think its role, CAD's role, is to make every modern car look exactly the same, basically.
To make it as efficient as possible through the air.
Yes.
No matter how difficult it makes in some of the lower speed limits, sort of between gears. So course vehicle is back down and peeling off. Red light still at the start line, red flag still down there, and cars coming forward. So this group will be led off by David Saxel in the number 50 car.
Did I think a 66.52 on the first run?
Yes, that's right. Chasing Alex Pilkington's 62.40 in that glorious Alfa Romeo with the tops shield on the side.
There's a plethora of beautiful looking cars here today, but that car has got, that car 50 has got to be in the top half dozen at least, I think.
It is, yeah, it's sort of a statement, but really well developed. Bush Talbot 105, like the team cars back in the day. Remember Anthony Blight with his amazing collection of Talbots. The Fox and Nickel trophy within the British Sports Car Club reflects those sort of cars. Fox and Nickel running those cars in the period. So Alex Pilkington heads away in the Alfa Romeo 6C 1750 supercharged car, dating back to 1930. He knew how to turn out a stunning motor car in Alfa Romeo. Of course, Enzo Ferrari is the first Alfa Romeo for building his own cars.
So we get a time for car 50, and the time on this second run is 64.94.
Yeah, and that's within 94 hundredths of the target time allocated to David Saxel. Alex Pilkington chasing 61s. 61 flat would do it. She's on 62.40 for the class. It's safe. Time
65.04.
not as quick.
No.
In fact, not even as quick as David Saxel's second run, but she's 1.4 seconds away from her target time. David Saxel's got to within a second of his, so on handicap he'll take an additional award in that class. Quick little sailors coming here.
Time for car 82 to the 64.60 on first run, 66.01 on this run.
So that slipped back a tad. That's the Austin 7 Latoy, driven by David Furnell, BEM.
Car 83 follows up the first run time of 74.16 with a 74.30.
I wonder whether the contrast under the trees on the top straight is making it a little more difficult at this time of the day. Going from that ultra bright light at the bottom of the course to very much shaded muted light there.
Time in for car 84, having done a 59.22 on the first run, 59.31.
Drifted 9 hundredths of a second. Here's the way Austin with the Hall Scott aero engine, made in Berkeley, California.
Car 85 did a 64.38 on run 1. Run 2 it's a 63.74.
Improvement then for David Furnell. Still should be going later. In the same car.
Next time through is well, it's the first time for car 87 because it's a fail on run 1. It's a 61.75 on run 2.
If that is into Class 8 as we believe it is, that is the leading time so far for Graham Beckett move class.
Car 70 comes through now, having done a 64.25 on run 1. Run 2 is 65.53. time and through. 63.27 on the first run, 62.65 on this run.
712. I'm trying to pick that out in the programme. Oh yes, there we go. That's James Baker. 62.65. Very useful improvement. And looks like it's going to put him third, second or third in class. 59.90. Duncan Cartwright's time looks like it's quickest.
7:28 running in class 3. 63.96 on the first run. On this run it's a 63.82. Tenth.
Yep, just nibbled off. Looks like it's led on 2 55-second runs. 53.04 is Tim Neller's quickest. But a dispute for second, 55.21. Dominic Hall, 55.85. Jonathan Meller so far, still a second response from Dominic Hall awaited. Class 4, this guy named Michael Pallett is a long way inside his target.
Car 80, having recorded a 67.68 on the opening run, there's a 66.06.
2 leads the way in that class, Kevin Morton with the line special.
Car 92, first run time was a 67.37. On this run it's 65.61.
So that's drifted.
Car 93 now. First run time was 64.99. Significant improvement, 61.74 seconds.
That's very good. That's going to move up certainly 2 or 3 places in that class. It's all about racing against the clock. It's all about personal best in many ways. It doesn't necessarily matter much what time you do in the class, as long as you're going quicker, enjoying your car more by going quicker, then seems to be what people enjoy.
The car that's going quicker is car 96. First run time was 64.75. Second run time was 63.30.
Yes, that's Barbara Lord in the Leonard Lord Riley. Leonard Lord did 65. So that's quicker still for Barbara Lord. 103 is on the hill, isn't it? Paul Compton with the Wolseley Aries Special.
98. The first run time was 62.96. This one's a 61.05.
Yeah, super improvement, and that's actually well inside the handicap ascribed to Simon Bowyer.
Everyone seems to be improving at the moment because 102 did a 58.52 on the first run. This time it's a 57.86. 103 goes from 57.77 on the first run to 56.95 on this run.
Yep. Excellent improvement. Of course, second bit more.
Car 104, first run 54.06, second run 54.70.
That was Greg Lerigo I saw going up in 107. Didn't sound like it was all cylinders. A bit flat.
Get car 106 through, having done a 56.29 on the opening run. Now manages a 54.42.
Fine improvement there for Watkinson with the Riley Special. Very good down, and then Watkins might do in the Morgan. Flying.
Well, 107 did a 52.06, and something maybe a little off song. It's just done a 50.89.
Quickest last year on a 53.95, so that's 3 seconds quicker than last year's time from Greg Lerigo. What has Dr. David Pike done? 109.
Does a 48.85.
Wow. It's a cracking time, and that is uncatchable. And furthermore, 48.85 is well inside his own general class record of 49.83, so nearly a second trimmed off Dr. David Pike's time, so that's a fabulous effort.
That is of course the end of that batch, and one more batch to go, and under the circumstances I think the VSCC would have done a pretty remarkable job to get everyone 2 runs today.
Yep, there's a few more cars to go in Class 9, which we've just seen get underway. A couple of shared cars to go in Class 8, which is currently led by the 59.22 of Kevin Morton. Don't see that being caught, I have to say. Quite a long way through this this second and deciding set of runs. The time of David Pike's 48.85, quicker than Ian Baxter went in the Alta first time up. We saw a 48.02 earlier on from Michael James, but we saw a 47.64 from Julian Grimwade. He's quicker so far. 48.63 David Andrews in the little Cooper. Not a car that's eligible for awards here, but it's a car that's been brought down for yesterday's meeting, stayed over. David Andrews based over Shaftesbury Way. To come out next year, I understand, in an old Formula 2 Chevron from the early part of the 1970s. Car that is acquired. One of 2.
When we talk about Formula 2, I always think about the old Easter Thruxton meeting.
Yeah, I do as well, and I really sadly I missed the first few. I missed the Jock and Rindt era. Didn't go to Thruxton until the end of 1973. But at that point, we had this very, very busy Easter weekend because Thruxton testing was the Thursday. Then you had Alton Park on the Friday for the Gold Cup. Thruxton qualifying was Saturday. Then there was inevitably a meeting at Brands Hatch on the Sunday, and then Thruxton on a Monday, and then go back to the magazine and work all night.
The good old days.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, there was not a lot of point ringing the magazine office on a Tuesday, was there?
Well, we were all in there on a Tuesday, putting it all together still. We'd worked probably most of the night on a Tuesday anyway, or on a Monday night into a Tuesday, and we all then have to skive off on a Wednesday to try to catch up on missing sleep.
Was that the days when both journals came out on a Thursday?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think they do now again. They didn't for a while.
No.
But that's right. In the days where we used to have to type everything out and then it get photos typeset, then we used to glue the galleys down onto a board, and yes, all very time consuming.
Mm.
These days it's much easier when technology works, but it doesn't always.
No,
As we
indeed.
found with this router system today.
Yeah.
8384 coming through, 712. Then there's the Lord family Riley, Splendid Yellow, 785. With got its number on it so that Claire Fennell Williams can go up on it in a while. 109 is that cracking time. Dr. David Pryke in the Morgan Riley. 48.85. That's right up there among the quickest times of the day.
And again, interestingly, looking at some of the other times that are on here and the intermediate times, it seems to be the final section of the hill that he's made up time on his rivals. I don't know whether that is the section where there are more opportunities to make up time or not having...
Probably sort of, it's probably a really clean exit from Martini, the hairpin at the top, the left-handed hairpin. Goes a long way towards just rounding off a really clean run. Had such a lot of fun here with, I guess, 5 or 6 different cars here over the years. A Modus single-seater, a March single-seater. Then a 500cc Cooper, a 500cc Jedi, Formula 4 2000 Reynard, and a Lotus 7. So I probably competed in 6 cars here over the years.
I seem to recall an era when a lot of the Formula 5000 cars started to run a 3.4 litre Cosworth engine?
The GAA, yes, there were only 3 or 4 of them, I suppose. There was the David Purley Chevron B30. There was a March which ran as well. There was a Modus that Tom Walkinshaw drove and ultimately crashed. But that was the engine effectively out of the Cologne Caprice, which competed in the European Touring Car Championship against the BMW CSL Batmobiles.
Mm-hmm.
Made about 450 horsepower. The big problem was that if the big belt broke, then everything fell into the middle.
Ah.
Chris Kramer had one on the hills at one point, double British Hillclimb champion.
Never sounded as good as the V8s, though, did they?
No, particularly the V8s with the flat playing cranks that
yeah.
really sounded shrill. So we're back underway with our next group of cars.
I might have a couple of gaps in the first run time sheet.
One or 2 missing times earlier on, so we can probably help there. quickest on a 52.93 was yep, 52.93, 53.91 for Andrew Frank in the same car. Start to see these times from class 10 come in a moment.
And we get a time for car 110, and that's a 68.74.
Good improvement for
car 111, 63.02.
yes, that's not as quick as this morning, 62.35. Improvement though for Paul Tunnicliffe with the Fraser Nash Colmore, 68.94, 7.43 was his first.
Time for car 112, first run was a 63.09, this run is 64.38.
Not as quick then. So one's been quicker, two have been slower so far.
Good improvement for car 113, 59.03 on the first run, on this run 57.36.
Yep, that's really good, and the car is going to stay, car driver combo is going to stay fourth in the class.
Car 114 did a 56.45 on the first run, on this run is 56.16.
So it's three quicker and two slower. Class 10 special sports cars, 1501 to 3000cc unsupercharged, 1101 to 2250 supercharged.
Car 116 not able to was a 53.91 on the first run, almost exactly a second slower on the second run with a 54.92.
So that's Andrew Frank, relying on his 53.91. David Frank leads the class in the same car, 52.93. So those two within a second of each other effectively.
Car 122 makes up some time from a 55.22 on the first run to 54.98 on this run.
That's Peter Batty with the Bugatti powered Fraser Nash. I have a feeling that was Barbara Lerigo en route in the 707, the Riley Special that husband Greg took up. Yeah, stocking 50.89, 3 seconds quicker than last year's BTD, but not good enough to win the class because David Pryke is on sparkling form with the Morgan Riley 44.
So we get car 782, it was a 70.29 on the first run, this time it's a 69.40.
So super improvement for Eleanor Bergman, she's gone a second quicker with the Family Austin 7 Special.
Car 707 did a time 63.52 on the first run, on the second run is a 64.81. First run was a 63.52, this is a 64.81.
Fernell Williams coming down in the toy, 785. Dan's been up in it earlier on.
Next time is for car 796. That was a time on the first one of 65.59. on this run, 65.44.
Quicker then, but not as quick as Barbara Lord, who managed 63.30 early on in the second car.
Next car through is car 793. Did a 59.18 on the first run. Unable to match that, 60.13. 60.13.
That's William Butler with the riding special. Here goes Claire Fennell Williams in 785. Austin 7 for Toy.
7:02 records a time 63.31 on the first run, 61.01 on this run.
So that's a good improvement there for Andrew Oliver
An improvement.
in the Morley Riley.
Sorry, an improvement as well for 706, having done a 56.39 on the first run, 55.60 on this run.
So Dr. David Pike leads the way on a 48.85, breaking his own record. There we go, 50.89 is second. And who's going to be third?
Well, now we get a time for car 785. It was a 68.02 on the first run, slower on the second run with a 69.23. 785. 68.02 on the first run, 69.23 on the second run.
So Class 8 then, Kevin Morton wins it on a 59.22. Dan Beckett on the 61.75. And 63.74 is going to be third, David Fennell.
Car 798 did a 62.73 on the first run. Just taking a full second off that with a 61.72.
That was Charlotte Bowyer with the Lee Francis P-type. Good run from Charlotte. So we'll see a time for David Saxall in the Riley TT Sprite.
Well, car 90, struggling to find a first run time at the moment, but second run is 63.30. That was car 90. 63. Sorry, what was I looking at? Yeah, car 90, 63.30. Slow time for car 130 because first run was a 61.29 and the second run was a 62.17. Car 133 marginally quicker. First run 60.27, second run 60.16. Then car 135 drops a second, it's a 68.03 on the first run, 69.04 on this run.
Now we get into the serious runners in this class. This is where the in the mid-50s and downwards. Hugo Pickup did a 55.19 early on in 136.
This probably wasn't the second run that he was hoping for because he's done a 56.88.
Mark Purnell, Paul Martin, Gary Clare and Granny, Mark Elder in his Austin Short Special, all in the running.
Consistency from Mark Purnell, because he did a 53.09 on the first run, 53.11 on the second run.
Second most consistent one earlier on, did 100th part, as I recall.
Car 138. Paul Martin not able to better his first run time. He did a 55.76. This run is a 56.49. It's car 138. 56.49.
It was Julia Wolstenholme, wasn't it? Did 2 runs a 100th of a second apart from Class 1.
The next car has been able to improve because car 139 did a 54.60 on the first run and has just done a 52.76.
Yes, that's a super time. And that's the class lead. 53.09 is in there as well in the running, but 52.76. What can Mark Elder do? Mark Elder could potentially upset the order here again. 54.08, first time up for Mark Elder in 140.
This should be the next time through, I think. That comes through next. Time for 141 is 57.30. 141 did a 58.39 on the first run. It's a 57.30. Now we get the time for car 140, having done a 54.08 on the first run. His second run time, 53.19.
Yeah, that's super. So it's 52.76. Gary Clare leads the way. I reckon it's 53.09 for Mark Purnell, 53.19 for Mark Elder.
Also get a time through for car 752, and that time, car 752, it's a 59.53 on the first run, it's a 55.08 on this run.
Huge improvement for Charlie McAvoy. That's the quickest that car's been up here all day. The driver Steve did a 58.04, then failed, but 55.08 is a good effort. Quickest in the class, Michael James with his Riley, 48.02. Then John Giles of the Morgan GN Salome on a 49.11. So yeah, that could still change. Double driver 736 to go to complete class 13, and double driver 716 David Frank with the class win safe in his pocket to complete class 10. So class 14 still remains to be sorted. 48.02 Michael James's time. We don't know which category he's in. vintage record stands to Stuart Becker in Salome on a 48.82. In the realms of ERAs, 1500cc class, to find the general record, Duncan Ricketts in ERA R1B back in 1992. 30 years that record has stood.
It's just 10 years after I saw Ayrton Senna race for the first time. I'm sorry, that's going to scar me now, finding out it's that lagging.
You'll be fine. You'll get over it. It's only
Attention Paddock and all the rain drivers in class. Paddock and all the rain drivers in class 22. With your class 22. With your class regular. We do have a few competing cars left to go. We will then come down to everyone else do ask for your patience.
I think probably between about 12 and 15 cars to still take their second run. Once this batch comes back down the hill.
Yeah, Peter, you were just saying about 40 years since you saw Ayrton Senna in the Formula Ford 2000. You were worried about that. It's been 60 years since I went to Crystal Palace.
Right.
My first memory of going to a race meeting. So, yeah.
Somebody was talking to me about how I developed the passion for motorsport, and they said, I expect that you were a fan of James Hunt. And I said, well, yes, I was a huge fan of James Hunt, but that wasn't how it started. My father had absolutely no interest in motorsport, but I nagged him until he took me to watch what in those days was known as jalopy racing. It's now known, I think, as autograss, which was very big in the South Wales and West Wales. And then later on started marshalling at Wiscombe Park Hillclimb. So that's my story. That's my excuse. Anyway,
Which hillclimb?
Wiscombe Park.
Pontypool, yeah.
Then Llandau race circuit. And then
When did Llandau close? 80s, was it?
It would be late 80s.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. Still runs the odd sprint.
Formula One champion to be, Jody Scheckter, had a huge accident in Escort Mexico there.
Was that on the Tour of Britain, I think?
I think he crashed through the toilet block.
Yeah,
Something that Doug Niven also did at Inglestown in Scotland.
I remember when they first launched the one-rate Mini 1275 GTs, because they ran the Mini 7s and then the Club ones, and there was
Mini 7s, Mini Milias, and then they ran the 1275 GTs.
And then the early 1275 GTs had a habit of ripping the centres out of their wheels, and the wheel would fly off. And one of those flew clean through the window of the caravan that was the signing on office in Paddock. And there were two women sat in there at the time, so they were quite fortunate. I remember when I started going to Pembrey commentating, and the commentary box was top floor of a double-decker bus. I think Croft had that at one stage as well.
Yes, as did Rufferth, when an old bus transported the mechanics across to the opposite side of the airfield, to where the start was, opposite side from the paddock. And yes, I commentated on top of a bus at Croft. But the strangest place I ever commentated at was at Val de Terre in Guernsey, the National Hill Climb Round, in 1995, when Andy Priaulx ran roughshod through the record books and became champion. His lad's just been very successful in the States last year. And I commentated from a sofa on top of an estate car at the finish line. Fortunately, it was a nice day.
I still commentate once a year from the top deck of a double-decker bus because Aberdare Park motorcycle races. It is a municipal park, so everything is temporary there. So the commentary box is a double-decker bus. It works. These youngsters, they're too used to their creature comforts. That's the thing.
154 then coming down. Oh, that's Michael James, who is, to the best of our knowledge, in class 14. 48.02 led the way last time, but John Giles was on his heels in Salome. In fact, he set a 49.11. 48.02 for Michael James. And it's going to be Michael James first on the hill.
So these will be interesting times to watch.
Put its power down well. He got very, very quickly on the throttle coming out of Wiz Corner. Shoots across towards the S's, up into the S's. So our camera disappeared earlier on. Here comes the Morgan GN Salome of John Giles, which will be the third car you see after the current one on the hill. Oh dear, sounds very good today. Not on a full complement of cylinders, unfortunately. Car currently on the hill. 154, Michael James, 48.17.
Yep.
Drifted 1500ths of a second. It's going to count for Ian Baxter with the Alta. They made in Tolworth in Surrey by Geoffrey Taylor. And 152's back again. This is the car that had the failure earlier on, so may have been flagged, of course, up the hill. That's the Morgan GN Salome.
So 150 does a time of 65.93.
Yeah, that's with the misfire.
Yeah, costing 3 seconds on the hill. That was 162 does a 46.91, 3 seconds improvement, so 2.5 seconds.
That's Ian Baxter, 46.91. That is, I reckon that could be quickest, couldn't it? 47.64 was quickest at the end of the first run, so that is quickest for Ian Baxter in the Alta.
Time for 153, also making up some time from a 49.11 on the first run. There's a 48.47 on this run.
Yeah, very, very close runner-up to Michael James in that class. Michael James first, 48.02, 48.47 is John Giles. Morgan. Now we're going to see Steve McAvoy have another run in the Bellevue. So this failed run may have just been a problem up the hill. 7.16.
Making no drop in time in fact. So that's 56.12 compared to the earlier time of 52.93. Does a time of 56.05. So 56.05 and 55.06.
are the two McAvoys in the Bellevue. So a nice little tussle brewing there. Third in class for Steve McAvoy, I think. For
160, another one of these consistent drivers. It's a 55.92. The first run 55.89. Seconds, 300.
We've had a 100th between them, a 200th and a 300th. But Julia Wolstenholme has the best effort. Just her two runs, just 100th of a second apart.
Perhaps a prize for that, for most consistent runs. 163 time comes in now. 163 with a 69.75 on the first run, improving significantly to a 67.97.
So Ian Baxter takes the class, quickest so far, 46.91. Hatfield second, John Galley third. What's Julian Grimwade? What's his response?
7:36 does a time of 58.60.
Change the order at the top of the class. First Claire, second Purnell, third Elder.
Time for 170. The first one was a 47.64, slower this time, 49.04.
So Ian Baxter's time in the Alta 46.91 is BTD. Yet to be confirmed, of course. But looks like we're there.
Coming in now for what's another one? Incomplete printout.
181, Alan Harrison.
It's only giving me the intermediate.
56.27
right.
on the screen. So that has lost 0.08 of a second. We haven't seen Spike Milligan again. He was towed back in the ex-Roy Salvadori Connaught A7.
We get a time now for 190. 48.63 on the first run, 48.67 on this one, so 400ths of a second difference.
Fantastic, isn't that splendid? So that, I reckon, is our... I don't think we're going to see Spike Milligan
no.
In the Connaught. I reckon that completes our run through. And really, what a splendid afternoon sport we've had following those very, very long delays early on. Really does. We've heard the message from the paddock that the track, once the cars are back from the top, the track needs to be just broken down so that the marshals are all clear, etc. And at that point, exit will be possible. So please remain patient, ladies and gentlemen. You've been immensely patient all day, and let us thank once again our absolutely fantastic troop of marshals, our Orange Army. Who have endured a lot today, but have emerged steadfast at the end of this and got us through the day here at Wiscombe Park. A splendid day's speed hill climbing, despite the dramas, and yeah, it's good effort all round from our officials, because it has been a very, very difficult day.
Don't forget there's more action here in just a week's time as well, because on the 14th of May it's the Torbay Motor Club Hill Climb, and on the 15th of May Wildlife Autosport Hill Climb.
Wildlife and Autosport, that sounds good.
I thought we were supposed to avoid the wildlife if we could.
What else do we have here during the British Hill Climb Championship is back here on the 30th and 31st of July. And we've got the 5 clubs Hill Climb weekend in September. Following weekend, MG Car Club Hill Climb, National Hill Climb Association, motorcycles, trikes and sidecars, bringing the season to a halt on the 11th of September. So that would complete a very full season here at Wiscombe Park. centre of speed hill climbing on a national basis down in the southwest. There are events that happen further to the west, but they tend to be clubbies. And yes, this hill opened back in 1958, the year that Peter and myself were both born, coincidentally. Has delivered another very entertaining day's sport, hasn't it, Peter?
Yes, it has, and it was extended in 1961 as well, this hill, to the format it's in now. But I'm not sure which bit changed, but something did. But yes, it's been a great day, hasn't it?
Yeah, welcomed the national championship at that point, and yeah, it's always great that this vintage and sort of classic historic weekend happens around this time in May every year, with the 500 Owners Association on the Saturday, and the Vintage Sports Car Club on the 70th on the Sunday. So well done, everybody. Thanks again to our marshals. Very, very much appreciated. You've done magnificent work today, and we'll look forward to joining you at further Vintage Sports Car Club events in the future, and not only on the speed events but also in the race meetings. I've enjoyed Cadwell Park this year already from the race meetings, and now this hill climb. Great to work with you, Peter, finally. I mean, we've known each other for many, many years through our journalistic and commentary work, etc., and a great delight to see you here. So safe home, everybody, at the end of the day. You've enjoyed your motorsport. Just sit tight for a few minutes while the course is cleared, and which will ease your exit when the officials tell you that. I guess that it's quite likely that you'll be out in let out in batches, effectively, just to not log jam the hill. Big thank you to all our Wiscombe Limited directors and family and friends for hosting us here in this wonderful part of South Devon. From me, Marcus Pints, good night. Peter Hughes.
Good night from me as well, and thanks to you, Marcus, as well, for